Mr. Gibson, are we ready?
Yes, Mayor, we are.
Thank you. This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thanks, sir. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time, I'd like to call the special meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Hurst. Councilmember Grimes. Councilmember Ford.
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum. And council members, just as a reminder for the broadcast and recording, please unmute your microphones. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion will carry unanimously. We have a presentation for the impact fee study updates. I'm going to invite Jenna Lowry, the Executive Management Analyst, to give the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As Council likely recalls, last year you approved funding for the city to undergo a user fee and impact fee study. Our consultant for that effort, Wilden Financial, is here virtually this evening to walk you all through the preliminary findings of the impact fee study. So they've spent the last approximately 8 months gathering data, collecting with staff, and looking at other Front Range municipalities to put together the information and the presentation you'll receive tonight. As we go into this, I would just ask you to bear in mind this is a draft. The fees in this presentation are the maximum possible fees that we could charge, but are by no means the fees that we would recommend be charged or the fees that council would ultimately implement. It's just an overview seeking council feedback on what we currently have, and Wilden will use the feedback they received from council tonight, as well as feedback from the various departments and the development community to proceed with a more fine-tuned presentation that we'll bring back to you at a later time. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Kevin and Carlos to walk us through the presentation.
Great. Thanks, Jenna. So my name is Carlos Villarreal, and I'm a principal with Wildan. I'm joined by Kevin Burnett, and the two of us have been working closely with your city staff on the development impact fee study that we'll be presenting today. So just to start off, I'll go through a little bit of Impact Fee 101. I'll discuss the methodologies that we used in this study, and I'll show you the draft fees. There's one place in particular that when it comes to the public safety facilities where we'd like some feedback, and then from there I'll hand it over to Kevin to discuss how the fees compare to some of the other jurisdictions in your region. So just so that we're all on the same page, what are development impact fees? They are a one-time charge typically at the building permit stage to all new development projects within a particular area. In this case, it would be citywide, and they are used to fund facilities to serve new development. So this funding source cannot be used to fund ongoing maintenance or operations or consumable items. We need to fund facilities, and there needs to be a relationship between those facilities and new development. So here's our basic methodology. We start by estimating demand for facilities. In this case, we think of demand as people who live and work in your city. So we'll estimate demand today and at a planning horizon in the future. We can then identify facility standards, and I'll discuss facility standards in a little bit more detail in a subsequent slide. We can then use those standards and use other planning that the city has done to determine the need and the cost of certain facilities. We can then allocate a share of those facilities to accommodate growth. In some cases, facilities will be serving both existing development and new development, and it isn't fair to make new development pay for the entire cost of those facilities. So in those cases, we'll identify a share that will be associated with new development. And if that is the case, then we'll identify the alternative funding needed to fully fund those facilities. So costs that aren't borne by the impact fee program that need to be funded by any other funding source other than the impact fees. And then finally, we'll calculate a fee schedule by allocating the cost per unit of development. So a fee, for example, per a single family home, per multifamily unit, and for the various non-residential land use categories. So in this update, we were looking at 5 different facility fee categories: government facilities, public works facilities, parks, trail, and golf course, police facilities, and affordable housing. So for each one of these facility categories, if the city were to establish the fees, the fee revenue would be placed into a segregated fund, and that fee revenue could only be spent on the types of facilities for which it was collected. So I mentioned the first step is identifying demand for facilities. This is our land use scenario here, summarized in a table. We're taking a look at residence or development as of 2021, and we're projecting out about 20 years to 2042. Within that time period, we will see an increase, or you are projected to see an increase of almost 72,000 residents and just under 30,000 new employees. We should note that this is not build out. Build out is projected for about 180,000 employees, 180,000 residents, so about 40,000 more residents than we're looking at in this planning horizon. So I mentioned facility standards. We have 3 main ways we think about facility standards and allocating those costs. And here's a little diagram that kind of describes what's going on. So the first method we would have would be the existing inventory method or the existing standard. Here is where the existing ratio of facilities to your existing service population is used to calculate the fees. So one way to think about this is it's often used in planning. So acres per 1,000 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents in terms of quantifying how many parks you have. In this case, if we use the existing inventory method, we would just make sure that new development contributes at the same acre per 1,000 resident standard that exists today. In other cases, planned facilities will fully or are solely needed to serve new development. In that case, we can take the cost of those planned facilities and allocate it completely to the new service population. So we would divide the cost of the planned facilities by the service population, get a cost per capita, and that would drive the fee. Now, the third situation, the system plan approach, is where perhaps facilities would be serving both existing and new development. If you were to build a new police station, for example, that station would respond to calls from existing folks and from new folks. And in that case, we would want to allocate the cost to everybody. So the way the math works here is we would take the value of your existing facilities plus the cost of the planned facility and divide that by the future service population at the planning horizon to get a cost per capita, and that would drive the fee calculation. And that would be the level of service or the standard that would be achieved once those new facilities have been built and once new development comes online. So to further sort of illustrate the difference between the existing inventory method and your system plan method, on the left here, you see a little representation of the existing standard approach. Essentially, demand for facilities is proportional to those facilities. So again, we're just asking new development to pay proportionally to the increase in new development and essentially pay at the same level of service that currently exists. On the right here, we have the system plan method where we're projecting an increase in the level of service based on the magnitude of the planned facilities. And we can certainly have new development pay their fair share of that higher level of service, but we need to identify what's called an existing deficiency. That's essentially existing development share of the higher level of service, because if you don't fund existing development share of that higher level of service, new development will have overpaid, and we certainly don't want that. So the city would need to be responsible for funding that deficiency with any funding source other than the impact fees. So how did, or what methodologies did we use for your program? Based on discussions with city staff, we have 2 options that we would like some feedback from the council today for the police facilities fee, option A and option B, and I'll describe that a little bit in a subsequent slide. We could essentially use the existing standard or the system plan based on an identified criminal justice center. We had, with city staff, decided to use the existing facility standard for public works and your parks fees, and then the planned facility standard for the affordable housing and general government facilities fees. So for the police facility, here are the two options. Again, we could use that existing standard approach to maintain your existing level of service. It would result in a lower fee schedule than the system plan approach. The fee would generate through 2042 about 11.4 million. There has been identified the Criminal Justice Center, an $89 million facility. And so if the city were to choose to fully fund that, it would need to come up with an additional 77.6 million to fully fund it. Of course, the city could use the $11.4 million in fee revenue on another facility, so long as it's expanding their capacity and maintaining the existing law enforcement level of service. So the city is not obligated to fully funding that criminal justice center under option A. Under option B, this is where the city would be obligated to fully fund the criminal justice center. New development would pay a higher fee, and they would fund a higher share of this facility. So the fee revenue would be about $50.8 million of the total $89 million, leaving a remainder, or the gap, if you will, of $38.2 million. Based on discussions with city staff, we understand that the city plans to issue certificates of participation to fully fund the facility, and then reimburse or pay the debt service with the impact fee revenue as it comes in. But this is certainly something we'd like to get the city council's feedback on, and I'll show you in the fee schedules how much of a larger fee that system standard approach would yield. So in terms of the planned facilities being contemplated by the study, for general government facilities, there's two main facilities, a joint use facility of which the general city administration would receive 2 floors out of a new joint use facility, an expansion to the civic center. For public works facilities, so far we have identified a material storage bay, so an expansion of your storage capacity. For police, the main facility being contemplated there is that criminal justice center. And then for parks, we're using the existing standard, and you can see there the amount of acreage needed to maintain your existing level of service. So this first fee schedule summarizes the analysis. I should note that on the residential side, all the fees are expressed per dwelling unit, except for the affordable housing fees, which are expressed per square foot, and so they scale with the size of a unit. For the affordable housing fees, the maximum justified fees are $33 per square foot for single family and $53 for multifamily. We do realize that those fees are quite high, and the city may not want to implement them at that level, but I just wanted to note that here while we're reviewing this chart. The other thing to point out here is this first fee schedule shows the resulting fees with the police fee using the existing level of service. So for a single family unit, that would be just shy of $500 for the police fee. And in total, for a single family unit, the total fees for these fee categories would be $8,627. I should also note that we are not, or our firm is not updating the city's transportation and storm drain fees. So another consulting firm is working on those, and this fee schedule only shows the fees that we were tasked with updating. In the next version of this table, here is the higher system standard fee for the police facility. So as you can see, it's quite a bit higher than the $496 per single family unit. That fee would be $2,210. Again, new development would be paying their proportional share of the criminal justice facility. And again, that's the feedback we'd like, or at least some of the feedback we'd like to get from your council tonight. And obviously the total fee here jumps as well because it's a higher police fee. So a total fee for a single family unit under the system plan approach for police would be $10,415. So I will pause there and hand it over to Kevin to walk you through our comparisons for the other jurisdictions.
Great, thanks, Carlos. So one of the questions that we often get asked is, how would these fees compare to our neighbors? So if we were to adopt the maximum supportable, or even something less than the maximum supportable, how would our fees compare to what our neighbors are? And while that's a great question, that Carlos and I always want to caveat it that we try to do the best we can to give you an apples to apples comparison, but it's very difficult in doing this. We were able to get the fees from these other jurisdictions here, but we can't necessarily tell what went into the fees. So as an example, Carlos mentioned earlier a level of service for parks based on the number of park acres per 1,000 residents. So we might have one community has a level of service standard of 5 acres per 1,000 residents, and a neighboring jurisdiction might have a level of service of 10 acres per 1,000 residents. We would expect the jurisdiction with the 10 acres per 1,000 resident standard to have a much higher fee because they're paying for more amenities with the fees. So that's something that we can't necessarily tell just by doing the survey. But at the same time, we wanted to provide you some insight and some context in terms of how the maximum supportable fees that we've come up with at this point in time, our preliminary fees, match up with those of some of your neighbors. So the first profile that we have here, and we developed several different profiles to try and make it as much apples to apples as we could. So this would be a single family home. Again, it's per dwelling unit, as Carlos said. We're assuming it's a 1/4 acre lot and it's 2,000 square foot building on that lot. So we've got Commerce City on the left there. So that would be under the police existing standard that Carlos mentioned at 10,233. The police system standard, so that was more funding for that criminal justice center. We saw in the previous slide that it jumped up the fee if we went with that approach. So you can see it at $12,035. And then we've got Aurora, Denver, Arvada, Adams County, and Jefferson County. I do want to point out that, as Carlos said, we didn't specifically look at the roads or storm drainage fees, but we did include the existing storm and road fees into this summary for what it would cost to build a single family home in Commerce City. We also wanted to note here that Aurora, in addition to the impact fee that's shown there, impact fees, they do require the dedication of 7.8 acres of open space and trails per 1,000 residents. So that's something that's in addition to the fee, so that's not captured in the fee that you see there itself. The same thing with Arvada. As a condition of development, there's park and school land dedications that are required. So that again would be over and above the 1708 fee that we're showing there. So you can see why it's a little difficult to get that exact apples to apples comparison. The next profile that we developed is for a multifamily development. So again, residential is on a per dwelling unit basis. So we're assuming 25 units on a 1 acre lot and 60% impervious area. So we went with the impervious area approach again to try and make it apples to apples. Some jurisdictions base their storm drainage on an acreage basis. Some of it's on a per dwelling unit basis or per 1,000 square foot basis. So to try and make things match as much as we can. So again, you can see the 2 Commerce City fees, our preliminary fees, under the police existing standard at $73.45, and then the police system standard, the higher fee there at $87.14. Again, Aurora requires that dedication of open space and trails, and Arvada has the dedication of park and school land as well. So then we moved on, we looked at some non-residential developments. So the first one that we have here is for a general commercial shopping center, 200,000 square feet on a 10 acre lot, 80% impervious area. You'll notice that in this chart, Arvada dropped off the list. Arvada has impact fees for residential developments, but they don't have any for non-residential developments. So we took them out of the non-residential comparisons. So again, you can see Commerce City, the 2 different fees there, the 663, 687 would be under the police existing standard, and the just shy of 700,000 under that police system standard, which had the higher fee associated with the criminal justice building. And the other thing that I'll mention here is I took the footnote off of the Aurora ones. So Aurora requires that dedication of park or open space and trails for residential developments only. So there isn't an associated dedication requirement for non-residential developments. So the next one we have here is an office building. So a general office building, 26,000 square feet on a half acre lot, 80% impervious area. Again, you can see the difference between the 2 Commerce City fees, the existing standard and the system standard. And then we've got Aurora, Denver, Adams County, and Jefferson County in there as well. And then the final one that we looked at would be for an industrial complex, an industrial development. So in this case, we've chosen a warehouse as our profile. So we're looking at 105,000 square foot warehouse on a 2-acre lot, and we're assuming that the whole thing's impervious area. There isn't going to be any medians or landscaping or anything of that nature in this industrial development. So again, you can see the 2 Commerce City fees, the lower one being under the police existing system standard, and then the higher one on the police system standard. And then you can again see how you would compare to the other jurisdictions. And then I would point out that, as Jenna mentioned, and as Carlos mentioned too, these are preliminary fees and they're also the maximum supportable fees. So you could, the city council at their discretion could adopt anything up to the fees that have been presented so far, or you could adopt lower, you could do 50%, you could do any number of things. The only issue that we would have is if you were to adopt something higher than what our calculated maximum supportable fee is. That's where we could get into some legal challenges, but you're able to adopt anything up to and including the maximum supportable fees that we've put together. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Carlos.
Thanks, Kevin. So just our final slide here, we did want to provide some comparison for the affordable housing impact fee. Of the jurisdictions surveyed, only Denver had an affordable housing impact fee, and it was part of a larger inclusionary housing program. So this table here and this slide here is just trying to show the many different ways that someone could satisfy that requirement in Denver. And I just wanted to also note that we're still working with staff on the appropriate way to implement this fee. We had a discussion actually earlier today with your community development department on just how we're planning to roll this out. And often cities include the affordable housing impact fee as part of a larger inclusionary housing program. And we know that that's something that's on the horizon for your city. That's still being worked through. So obviously we're comfortable with our analysis that we're presenting, but we're still working out how it's going to be rolled out with your city staff to make sure it's done appropriately. Anyway, so for Denver, they like I mentioned, they have several different ways you could satisfy the requirements. They have a fee per inclusionary unit to the extent that an inclusionary unit is not included in the development project, and those fees per unit vary depending on the type of market area and the area median income of the unit being dedicated. So you can see those fees there on the side. Under our draft study for a 2,500 square foot single family home, the affordable housing, the maximum justified affordable housing fee would be a little bit more than $82,000. And for a multifamily unit of 1,000 square feet, that fee would be just over $53,000. Again, as Kevin mentioned, these are the maximum supportable fees, not necessarily the fees that you're going to implement, but just wanted to pass through some of this information for you all to consider at this point. And that's the end of our presentation. Happy to answer any questions you have or take any feedback. I just wanted to note one other thing. We did meet with, we had a webinar with members of the development community last week, and we got some interesting feedback. Mostly folks were concerned with that these fees are quite a bit higher than your existing fee program, and that's a concern we hear everywhere where we work on impact fees, and I think it's a reasonable consideration to take in mind when you're implementing the fees. Folks were also interested in perhaps a phased-in fee program because, or a fee approach, because the fees are quite a bit higher than your existing fee program. Some jurisdictions choose to increase the fees over a number of years in order to reduce the shock to the development community. But that's our presentation. Again, happy to answer any questions you all might have and take any feedback you might have for us as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, actually, this is very complex for me to understand, and I would really like to have an in-depth explanation of everything, because as it stands, I don't have any questions because I don't know how to ask them. I'll be honest.
We'd be happy to set up a one-on-one time with you to work through the methodology and any questions you might have. That works for us. No problem.
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thank you for the detail on this. I do think it's very important that we get into this. When I was looking at the comparison cities that were used, one of the first things that I thought about was, are they in a similar position as us? And what I mean by that is Denver in a rapid growth situation where there's lots of land and opportunity? And I don't think they are, but you know, you can make the argument on the Tower Corridor. Aurora definitely is. They have tons of land, probably more than anybody, and then they're in a rapid growth. But like Arvada is kind of in a slowdown mode, and some of the others. So do you think that in a rapid growth scenario, it's more reasonable or beneficial to have these higher impact fees now? Rather than when kind of growth slows down because you're getting close to capacity or landlocked or whatever the case may be? Is that then a time where you would expect impact fees and things like that to kind of level off or maybe even be reduced? Is that, I'm not sure if you guys would know that, but it seems like there'd be common practices out there for us to try to emulate. Is this one of them?
Well, I'll jump in first, and then I'll give it to Kevin, because I see he has some thoughts. Typically, we see higher impact fees correlated with places that are growing more quickly. And the reason for that is that when you're expanding at a fast rate, your infrastructure needs are, you know, being vetted, and really it's the new infrastructure that's needed to support that development that drives the impact fees. So, you know, we've seen this not just in your state, but also throughout the country. You know, high growth places like Florida and certain parts of California and Texas do tend to have higher impact fees than those cities that are in their slower growth years, if you will. That said, you know, that there is always an economic development argument to be made. You know, do you want to impose a high fee on development and perhaps stifle that development? So it's certainly something that we want to keep an eye on. We want to hit that balance where the facilities being funded by the fees are what's necessary to serve that growth, and will allow that growth to occur in the way that the city wants the growth to occur, but not so high that you're stifling that development. And so I'll turn to Kevin for his thoughts as well.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with Carlos. Based on my experience, more often than not, I see the more rapidly growing communities are the ones that have the higher impact fees. In part, as Carlos was going through his discussion, you're looking at a more forward-looking approach. And what facilities do you need to build in order to serve that rapid growth? And you can imagine with the inflationary environment that we're in right now, those facilities cost more and more and more today than a facility would have cost 10, 15 years ago, which as you're approaching build out or you're landlocked, you're more reliant on the existing assets, the existing infrastructure that you already have in place. And it may not be valued quite as high in terms of cost or value as new facilities coming online, given the environment that you're in. So those are some observations that I've made as well.
I appreciate that. I think, you know, I think it's important for us as this conversation kind of matures a little further that we consider that. You know, if we had all the time in the world, we'd be sitting here making plans on how we were going to fund, you know, the appropriate infrastructure, get in front of development, you know, so on and so forth, and have a well thought out kind of timetable and plan. But if we are, or since we are in more of a potentially high growth environment, and we're leaning towards finding the right balance of the impact fees, you know, one of the things I think I'm going to suggest as we move forward, as we look at, you know, I'm not going to say it right now, but it's not what I'm suggesting, a sunset, but some clause that allows us to come back and look and reevaluate our current position, say in 5 years, or some type of feasible time frame. So if we're not in the high growth position in 5 years or 10 years or whatever it is, and we're in more of the managing our current situation, and that would be my suggestion, is that we find a way to reevaluate this. Obviously, most of us, except Sean, won't be on council anymore. But I do think in 5 to 10 years, we're going to have to reevaluate it to ensure that the costs are at a true market rate again.
Gentlemen, forgive me for being late, so I missed the majority of this, but this dovetails with a question I've had on my mind for a long time, which is, does the cost of city services per housing unit factor into any of your decision-making when it comes to determining impact fees? For example, the city of Broomfield knows what the cost of city services is per each home. And on that basis, they make a determination as to how they're going to make up the difference, whether it's fees or taxes or revenues, whatever the case might be. Thank you.
Yeah, so the cost of services per home does not directly affect our impact fee calculations. So our impact fee calculations are purely based on the cost of providing facilities to serve new development, and your ongoing operations and maintenance costs legally cannot be included in the impact fee calculations. But that said, on the back end, once we've identified the maximum justified fees, those ongoing costs that could affect the level of fees that you want to implement, right? So if those costs are high, then perhaps you want to implement the higher impact fees so that you can maximize that fee revenue to free up other revenues to fund those costs of serving a home. But again, to answer your question directly, the cost of service does not factor into our calculations at all for the impact fee study.
I would add to that, though, that's a prime example of one of the pitfalls, for lack of a better term, in doing the comparison to your neighbors, that Broomfield may look at their impact fee slightly different just for the very reasons that you discussed. So they make a decision on what level of impact fees they want to assess on that maximum scale there.
Any other questions from council? Just have one question regarding the parks impact fee. We already have a land dedication for parks, and if they don't dedicate land, then they have to do a cash in lieu of per our land development code, correct?
I believe that's correct. There's a minimum land dedication requirement, and if there's not parks available, they do a cash in lieu, correct?
Right. So are we legally allowed to double dip then by making them donate land or pay a cash in lieu of, and then on top of that, charge a public impact fee? I asked that question because I thought that we had similar conversation on road impact fees.
You're absolutely correct. We cannot double dip. I am assuming from the work that has been going on, this is going to be an amendment and replacement in some way of what exists within the land development code. So it would be modified to be compliant, so there would be no double dipping.
Okay, thank you. I missed that part. So is there a comparison between what we currently charge versus what this potential fee is, and kind of a demonstration as far as what it would look like for the city?
Kevin, have we put together that comparison on the existing fee to the maximum justified? I don't believe we have, but.
We haven't yet, but that's on our to-do list to provide that information to you all.
Okay, thank you very much. What does staff need from us this evening?
Yes, sir. So tonight, we're just looking for any general feedback. Of course, we'll come back to you at a later study session with the other deliverables for the project. I think one of their main questions, though, is if you have a preference for how they proceed with the police methodology. There were those two options, and that's certainly something we can discuss at a later meeting. I realize we're past 6 o'clock, so that's up to you.
Okay. I think for me, the challenge on the parks one is I can't give a direction, not knowing where we currently stand versus what's being asked. So I think that's a difficult one. When it comes to the public safety, we absolutely need something to help us to fund public safety and facilities for public safety in our community. That number is significantly higher than what I ever imagined we would be at. Of course, I didn't have the ability to sit down and do all that analysis, but it's still quite a bit higher than what I anticipated it coming in as. So I think trying to find that sweet spot is a critical point. And so you've done a great job of doing an analysis to tell us what we could charge. Now I think the next step is to tell us what we should charge. And I think that's kind of where we would rely on experts to be able to tell us this is how much you should charge in order to be able to fund your facilities and still maintain a sustainable and adequate level of development in your community. I mean, we could go put this at the very top at $12,000 per single family home and watch our single family home permits plummet. And I don't know that that's the intent of everybody out there. I think that the goal is to be able to make sure that development occurring in our community is sustainable. Yes, sir.
I also think we have to consider our facility, what is it, the 27J Facility Fee Foundation, the voluntary donation that's given, $1,000 per home by some developers, not all of them. I'd like to know what that list is, because I would imagine we can anticipate a lot of those that are paying that voluntary fee to drop off if they're going to have a lot higher fee on the other end.
So what we'll do then is regroup with department heads and the stakeholder community, and Wilden will come back to you with their recommendations if that is the general consensus from council.
I think that's a good approach. I'm concerned on timing. I mean, this idea was first brought up almost 2 years ago, and 2 years worth of impact fees paying towards its criminal justice center would have been pretty profound by now at the level of single-family home permits that have been issued in the community. So it's great. We're going to go back to the drawing board and we're going to retool and we're going to work it again. But at some point in time, got to put the decision in front of us and we're going to have to roll with it. And I know we're just as guilty because we're indecisive as well, especially whenever it comes to those road and drainage impact fees. But the longer we delay, the harder it is for us to fund the critical projects that we are attempting to do so with these fees. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may suggest, I think with the level of direction and or if we're heading down the right path, I think there's some finessing and refinement that we can do that we can come back to you in short order just because of our scheduling in early October with some of this information. Now, if we're willing to have special meetings and add on to agendas and willing to consider this, we could possibly be much faster, much quicker, because a lot of the hard work's already been done, right? We've determined what the maximum fee is. So now it's kind of working through the stakeholder engagement with our development community, right? What are they willing to pay? That is obviously above and beyond what we're doing now. That doesn't necessarily detrimentally impact our ability to continue to grow based on what is our long-term vision. So in that, if there's a target date that we have in September, we can reverse engineer to hit that target date. Once again, knowing that we've got limited meetings just because of where we stand in the month, but if there's a willingness of this body to be uniquely different than what we have standing as those meetings, then we can work backwards from there.
I think, and I'll throw this out and council can disagree with me if they're not, but I think having this impact fee in place January 1st, 2023 is a good goal to have. And whatever work needs to be done in order to make sure that we start the new year with any permit that is issued after January 1 takes into account our road impact fees, our drainage fees, our public safety impact fees, potential park fees, and the like. But I agree we need to set a date, and I think that starting the new year with those fees going into effect is probably the smart thing to do, and then allow you to reverse engineer what you need to do before getting that ordinance ready for us to pass the end of November, beginning of December. Councilmember Noble.
Something you said, Mr. Rogers, struck me, which is it's not the part that you want to meet with the stakeholders in the development community, but that we're going to ask them what they're willing to pay. That's concerning to me because I'm not sure that's relevant when we're looking at this, because it really should be based on what we need and at the same time what the going rate is in communities around us.
I think that's fair, ma'am, and I appreciate that. I think where we say what they're willing to pay is, that's an additional set of factors or information for you all to be able to make an informed decision, right? Understanding what the development community, who we rely on, that new development, that obviously that this fee would be associated with, there is, and we've heard this already from them, there is a tipping point that which, you know, they look at that as a potential premium risk to wanting to develop or to continue to build, which then obviously helps to proffer other things within our community. Now, I'm not saying that that's what we base our decision on, but simply it's to present, obviously, the full spectrum of what could be the actions taken by those who we have to rely on for that fee to be paid. And I think that's only fair for you all to have, and you know, based on the recommendation we come back with to you all with, so that you all have that full breadth of information, and nothing more than that, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, because if we're looking at a quality community for a lifetime, then it's the people who are going to live here who are going to create that. And typically a developer finishes the project and then moves on to yet another community. So their stake in whether we have appropriate public safety, whether we have the best roads, et cetera, is quite different than it is for anybody who's going to make a commitment to living in Commerce City.
Thank you, ma'am. So if I may, Mayor, just in regards to your comment about January 1, 2023, I think that is definitely a date that we will strive to hit, we'll target to hit, and reverse engineer to that. And I think what we can present to you all is a timeline as we're working through this on how we're going to accomplish that, so that there's certainty and predictability how we bring it forward to you all.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Any other comments, feedback from council before we move on to the next topic? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, final point for me is that these are just two small development fees that we're talking about. I think one of the things that, at least at a high level, we should get a vision of what it costs to develop here. We're not thinking about the South Adams water and sanitation development. I mean, we're looking at maximum fees here 7 to 12 times higher than our neighboring communities in several situations, not just one of them. I mean, when you start getting into the commercial, obviously we haven't always been on the side of having high commercial fees, but you know, we're potentially like 100 times higher than our neighbors on those fees. And so if we went to the maximum on that, so I do think we need to take a holistic approach and not just considering these two and how we're faring against our neighboring communities and just these two. You know, holistically, what does it cost to develop here? You know, if our tap fee to tap into our water and sanitation district is incredibly higher than Aurora, then we should consider that as well.
Yes, sir. One final question, if I may, Mayor. Would you prefer staff to continue with both avenues for existing standard and plan standard for the police, or take a more prominent position on one or the other, so that you all are able to continue to have this informed conversation?
I don't think that's really a relevant question. I mean, these are the maximum fees that are there, and I think the next question is, what fees should we charge? You know, we already said, look, this is the most amount that could be charged, but now the next exercise again is going and figuring out where's that fine balance point that goes. So whether that balance point is we're going on this direction or that direction, just come up with what it should be with the best recommendation, with the expert's recommendation of this is how we can continue to move forward.
Fair enough, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Is that
that gives us the direction that we need to be able to come back to you.
All right, I just spoke. Did anybody on council not agree with what I was saying there or have a different approach? Okay, all right. Just want to throw that out there, so. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Ms. Lowry. Appreciate your time and your work on this. Look forward to seeing it progress and getting us down the road.
Thank you.
We're going to move on now to the executive session. I'm looking for a motion and a second to go into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses F and G, related to the recruitment of the city attorney and for the purposes of interviewing candidates and also reviewing and discussing applications and materials related to candidates for the position of city attorney, which are documents protected by the mandatory non-disclosure provision of the Colorado Open Records Act. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to enter executive session for the purpose stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion will carry unanimously. We will now enter into an executive session. We'll return upon conclusion of the executive session. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up until we adjourn the meeting. The executive session is estimated to last approximately 3 hours. This time, all audience members and staff not necessary for the executive session, please vacate the chambers so the executive session can begin.
Yes, sir, we're ready.
Oh, apparently it's on. It's late. City Council is out of executive session right now. I'm looking for a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of the meeting by 1 hour. Mayor Pro Tem?
Make a motion to extend the meeting for 30 minutes.
30 minutes? How much time do you need?
I can do my portion in less than that. It just depends on questions.
So we need an hour.
Okay.
But we've not had second reading of that motion yet, so aren't we still limited? I think we're still limited to 30-minute increments.
No, we did second reading. Second reading was last week.
Did that happen?
Yes.
See, these things blend together. My apologies.
So do I need to extend the meeting by an hour?
All right, have a motion to extend the meeting by an hour. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to extend the meeting by an hour. Unfortunately, we can't take the vote because we're past the automatic adjournment time of the meeting. Therefore, the meeting is automatically adjourned.
You can make your vote.
Oh,
The motion was pending before 10:30, is my understanding. I'm looking at the clock up there, and it says 10:29.
all right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion is going to carry with a vote of 7-1 with one excused absence. And I will now invite the acting city manager, Kathy Blakeman, to introduce the presentation on the 2023 budget follow-up.
Okay, so tonight we're going to continue the discussions that we started on August 8th. We're going to be coming with some answers to some of the questions that you guys had brought up on August 8th, information that you needed that meeting, and this meeting tonight is in preparation for the budget retreat, which we're going to be having on September 12, and we're also going to go over the legislative budget tonight. So with that, I'm going to pass it along to Ms. Cheryl. Thank you.
Good evening, thank you. As Kathy said, we are going to follow up on items that came up, but just a couple of reminders. This is the budget schedule to show you the remaining dates. We're here tonight on the 22nd. September 12th is the budget retreat, where we will be bringing you final numbers of information that you will be considering when we open the public hearing in October. That public hearing extends to November 7. At that time, you would close the public hearing, and we would ask for you to adopt the budget resolution for not only the city budget, but the 3 GIDs and the URA. As a reminder, our 2021 year ended with about $115 million in fund balance. The number on this slide that's most important to you for our discussion tonight is that available amount of $65 million. The next slide does show you that so far in 2022, you have taken action and several ordinances using that general fund unassigned fund balance. So the ordinances are listed there. In addition, we anticipated possibly a budget shortfall, so having to use $2.4 million to approve the preliminary yeses, and we'll talk in more detail about that, which would take our remaining unassigned fund balance to just over $30 million. And then the 2K fund balance with what is anticipated to be used for the 2022 year, we would have a remaining restricted fund balance of 2K dollars of $15.6 million. So last meeting, we provided you a list of the preliminary yeses, and I explained to you how we had come to those decisions after conversations between executive leadership, finance, and the various departments. So this provides the source and uses. The top portion of this slide is the anticipated revenues from sources, and then the bottom slide is the operations, and it shows what the impact would be to general fund before we talk about some of those yeses. The information has not changed from the last meeting, although there are numbers that will continue to change throughout the process, and I'll recap some of those at the end of the conversation tonight. So this slide, these two slides here break down general fund and the 2K portion. So general fund with estimated revenues minus operations, we anticipate about 11.4 remaining, and then for 2K about 4.4 remaining. When we add in the reappropriation ordinances that you guys have considered and adopted so far this year, we had to add those in, as well as adding the preliminary yeses. We wanted to be able to show you the difference between ongoing costs for those preliminary yeses and one time. Best practice is that ongoing costs would be matched closely to the surplus revenues if there is a surplus, to mitigate the ongoing impact to the unassigned fund balance. So you can see on this slide that if we bring forward the preliminary yeses, we would be short by about $20,000. And then for one-time costs, once we add those in, then that would be that $2.4 million that today we're estimating that we would need to take from the general fund balance in order to balance the 2023 budget. So this slide was just to show you the difference between that ongoing cost of requests versus the one-time costs of requests. I'm going to turn these slides over to Annette and Jordan. This is a discussion about your specific budget, but I just did want to show you that as of right now, your budget total is about $727,000, broken into the various categories. These categories are assigned throughout all departments, divisions. So the personnel services includes the salary and benefits component, then there's service and charges and materials and supplies. On this slide, it does also show show the asks that were a preliminary yes for items to be added into the legislative budget. So I'm going to turn it over to Annette to discuss some of those line items further.
Good evening. So this slide that you're looking at up here is the changes that we have made to the 2 accounts that I monitor for you throughout the year. So the spreadsheet that was included in your packet is the information that we have gained from the people that we have sponsored this year. So that's all of the information that we ask of them, what the impact is of the money that we are giving them, how they're going to use it, if there's any downfalls to if we don't sponsor them next year, those kinds of things. So that's what that spreadsheet is in your packet, is that's everyone that we've sponsored this year, year to date. We'll keep that going, and that's available anytime if anybody wants to take a look at it. But what we did was we took information off that spreadsheet for the last couple of years and took some of the people that we typically always sponsor. So we just kind of cleaned up these 2 accounts with people that we are sponsoring more often, rather than some of the other sponsorship people that we had budgeted that we haven't either sponsored for, or they have not asked for a sponsorship in the last 3 to 4 or 5 years. So we just kind of spiffed this up with the things that we are currently doing. I do have one question for you all. We do get some sponsorships that we've done in the past. For example, Councilmember Smith last year had requested council to sponsor the Battle of the Badges hockey game. They are again asking for a sponsorship, but since they sent it to me, I would just like to know if you all would like to see those things. Kind of, what do you want from me? I'm happy to send those out and have them come up in council business. I can present them in that format. It's kind of up to you. I just don't want to miss, or you all to miss, an opportunity that the community may ask you about and have you be unaware of those kinds of things. So that would be one thing. So that's pretty much what this slide is all the things that we have typically sponsored. But like I said, we get a couple of extra ones every year that have come through past council members. And then just really quick on this slide, the change that we are making this year to the legislative budget is we are going to pull in all of the city council boards and commissions budgets into the legislative budget. Since those are city council boards and commissions, it will be easier for me to present to you each year the tracking and some of the information that I normally give you on all of the sponsorship items. This will help us make sure that everything's in one place for the reporting, pulling the reports, monitoring all of those expenses. It will help us be able to put in or ensure that each board is incorporating some orientation, some professional training and development. And also we'd like to look to, starting in 2023, an annual appreciation event for all boards and commission members across the city. Gives them the opportunity to meet each other, gives some of the other council members the opportunity to meet other members, kind of just puts everybody together with that. So Jordan is actually working on a complete overhaul of the boards and commissions program with expectations and different things like that. So I'll let him give you a real quick high-level overview about what that's going to look like.
Thank you, Annette. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. So a couple of the high-level program adjustments that we're making right now is starting off, and this is something that's been shared with the Board and Commission Subcommittee, is the implementation of the new Board and Commission program. We've also revamped the application so that we can start tracking demographics better and really focus our recruitment where we see that, you know, there might be community members that aren't being represented on the Board and Commissions. The second kind of high-level priority that we've been working on is overhauling the onboarding process as it is now, to include an onboarding packet sent with all of the new appointment letters, and then also leading a clerk's office onboarding. I can report to you today that we were able to launch this past week, so all of the new appointed members were given the onboarding packet, and on Saturday we had the actual first onboarding with them. was a lot of positive feedback from that. And then the last kind of just high-level update that we'd like to give tonight is goal and objective setting, really working with the board and commissions throughout the remainder of the year to get work plans and budgets together to really kind of help them set, goal setting and having the resources to obtain those goals. Thank you.
So we will bring some more information about the actual program to the budget retreat on the 12th with some more information about those work plans and the budgeting goals that we're going to try to get all of the boards and commissions to work toward. That way they're in an understanding of what our regular city departments do and what expectations we are all held to, and they can understand monitoring their funds and those kinds of things for the equity across all of the boards. So if anyone has any questions or expectations, feedback, any of those kinds of things, let either Jordan or myself know, and we can do our best to be prepared to answer some of your questions, or if there's anything that you'd like to see incorporated into that program. So, thank you.
In our reappropriation money earlier this year, we gave an additional, $10,000 to each of the boards and commissions. Has that been carried forward into the 2023 budget year?
It has been carried forward. I know that's part of the conversation that they want to have, because some boards and commissions did have budgeted dollars, and so they want to be able to share that information. So even though we gave boards and commissions 10,000, because some already had budget, the numbers don't align exactly the same for every board and commission. So that's part of the information that they're prepared to bring to you at the budget retreat.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Noble.
Don't we have a sponsorship budget? City Council has a sponsorship budget. So it would make sense then for us to see the sponsorships that come in for requests, because we're limited to how much we can actually sponsor each year.
Yes, so typically what we do is if it is a sponsorship that we've done for the past several years, we leave it in the detailed line item and we consider that a budgeted expense. So for example, the Kurt Holland Golf Tournament, that comes up every year. You're always very generous in sponsoring that. So when that comes up, we just go ahead and process that. My office will go ahead and put that in motion. We send out the link to get the information that populates that spreadsheet that you have in your packet. And then we start, that's where you see it start showing up on your calendar. We're looking for golfers. We're looking for people to participate in those events. The Friends of the Front Range has an annual event that we continue to sponsor every year. So we consider those budgeted items. In each one of those, there is some, there's an amount that is undesignated in that line item. And that's the ones that we will put out to you, or if you send to us, we prepare the paperwork so that it goes before the full council, because we consider it an unbudgeted request, but there are budgeted dollars in place to cover those. So that's why I wanted to ask the question of some of the things that come in, I want to get in front of you, because you might potentially, because it didn't get sent directly to you, doesn't mean that you don't want to sponsor something. So I want to make sure that you have that information.
Right, but if we have a certain amount of money that we can donate each year.
Yes.
So you're saying that you also have another category of items that you automatically sponsor because we've sponsored them in the past, and they don't apply to the budgeted sponsorships, the sponsorship budget the city council has?
Yes and no. So the the amount that is in that budget line item, we are able to assign what we call a detail line to it. So for example, if there's $31,000 in that line item, we might have 6 or 7 things where we say 7,000 of that is made up out of these specific line items. But there's still this other amount, $15,000 for example, that is not got a detail attached to it. So those are the items where you can decide to make a bigger contribution, like with the fire department golf tournament that's coming up. Councilman Madera asked for a certain amount, and the group actually voted for a bigger sponsorship. So it has some leeway in there to give that room for sponsoring more, sponsoring additional people, those kinds of things. We can also add or subtract to those detail line items as well.
Yeah.
If you decide that one of those is something that maybe is not something you want to go forward with just automatically, we can send every single one forward.
I think we should have an annual review.
Sure. If you'd like to take a look
If they've
at
been
the-
ongoing for years and the city council has changed.
Sure.
I think it's important for us to review them, even though nothing may change. And I would hope at some point we say there needs to be something on the application or the part where they ask for sponsorship about what their diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are within their organization or their event or that kind of thing, so that we know here in Commerce City that everyone who is receiving money from us is actually contributing to Commerce City's enrichment.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. But I just wanted to ask also, can it be added that, like, say we sponsor a table or an event, if city council members can't make the event, then it be offered to staff to attend the events, and they be given an opportunity to go in the council members and the mayor's place to certain events?
That's typically what we try to do. Golf tournaments are usually a good example of sometimes where we can't always fill them, or maybe somebody has another work obligation that will prohibit them at the last minute. We will either try to get in touch with the people already going in the event that they have guests that are available to go or fill in at the last minute. Or if those people are not available or there's no one that is able to attend that evening, we do offer those out to staff. There was a golf tournament, I believe maybe 4 or 5 months ago, that at the last minute, no one was able to attend, and we were able to get that out to staff, and they were able to represent on behalf of City Council.
Great, okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, moving on to the next slide, we took notes from the meeting, and there were a variety of questions that were asked. So the next several slides, I'm going to talk about this one, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rogers, and he will talk about several of them. One of the questions that we were asked was about the number of code enforcement inspectors. I believe the comment was made that there was a thought that in 2015 there were 12 of them. So I went back and captured the history from 2015 to current, and you can see from 15 to 21 there were actually 7 in total. And then then in 2022 we added 1, and 2023 there was a request for a code enforcement officer and a supervisor. The preliminary yes list indicated that we would add the officer, not the supervisor, which would then take the count up to 9. So we wanted to be able to return that history information for your reference.
I had a question on that slide, though, because now there's 70,000, approximately 70,000 residents in the city, and I'm just confused trying to understand, because didn't we lose a code enforcement inspector in 2021? So why are we only hiring 1 if we lost 1 and then we're not hiring a supervisor?
Well, I'm not sure how you see that we lost 1, because you can see from 15 to 21, we've kept the number at 7. The names have changed a little bit over time, so I captured the name of the title that is in our position budgeting module through our HR positions that are established. So the number stayed the same. I believe the title just changed a bit. Then in 22, we added, as part of the 22 budget, an officer, so it became 8 in 2022, and then it would become 9 if we add that 1 in 23.
Okay, but that's still approximately like 4,000 residents for every 5 code enforcement inspectors?
I mean, I know that the requests are based on the department determining, you know, what their need, and they submit the requests based on what they're seeing, the activity, the need. That's, you know, the 2 requests that they submitted for 2023, one of those being a supervisor and one an officer.
Okay, because like I said, I just can't stress, and I brought this up at the last meeting, I did a ride along with one of the code enforcement officers, and I think it's sad, and I had mentioned before, since they didn't approve that supervisor position, why we couldn't get another code enforcement, because like I said, I repeated that, you know, that's 14,000 residents per 5 code inspectors, and I seen they do an overwhelming, tremendous job, and it does seem like they lack a lot of staff. So I was hoping or wanted to know why, since the neighborhood or the supervisor wasn't approved, why there can't be another code enforcement for next year in that budget? Because where did that money go then?
Well, the supervisor position, because it was listed as a no, it is not in the numbers for consideration. When you say why can't it be added, we're not suggesting it can't be. That would be a decision of the city council to make. The preliminary yes list was based on the discussions that executive leadership and finance had with the department heads when we had our all-day budget prep retreat, and they were able to come in and talk about their positions and their requests. So that preliminary yes list was part of those conversations, but ultimately City Council could make a different decision.
So, Mayor, I have a question then. So at the next meeting, then would we have to, a motion be made to make that happen, that it's included? Because like I said, I do think our code enforcement officers work tremendously hard, and I think, you know, with approximately 70,000 residents and it's growing, I think we should try to budget for another position. So would I have to do that at the next meeting? Okay. Okay, thank you, because I'll do that. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Cheryl. So in this slide, obviously at the last meeting, a request of information with respect to proactively installing LED or flashing stop signs. So staff wanted to present you over the course of the next 3 slides some information. What you have on this slide is a total number of stop signs within the city that would be potentially eligible for replacement. That's 1,612. Based on rough order of magnitude, cost estimate, generally somewhere between $1,600 to $2,500. So we are assuming that splitting the baby in half, that an average of $2,000 per unit would be required if we wanted to, as you find in the chart below, swapping out somewhere between 10% to 100% of all of the identified signs. In addition to that, it's recommended that for maintenance and upkeep of those signs over a 3 to 5 year period, that it's 10% or $200 per sign. So there you also have a relative scale of that 100% ongoing operation and maintenance down to 10% ongoing operation and maintenance, just to be able to put some dollars and cents in front of you. I think moving on to the next slide, Cheryl, that got deep. Moving on to the next slide, wanted to share with you what our current policy operational practice is, the things that we take into consideration today. Obviously looking at the established crash history locations. So that's receiving PD data as it relates to those various intersections to determine whether or not we have an issue. Some of the things that we've taken away from that various crash data when we have, as part of our council action item responses, have identified that when drivers were not aware of stop signs, or drivers were aware of stop signs, but however, still proceeded through the intersection and caused the collision. You know, as I was sharing, you know, we've analyzed a number of those intersections over the year, determined that those obviously locations did not meet the existing policy. And one of the primary or operational practices relies on the MUTCD, the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices, in particular, Section 1A06, which speaks, you know, directly to the uniformity of those traffic control devices. Next slide, please. So future direction discussion. Once again, it is council's direction and deliberation on whether or not we want to establish a different policy with respect to our traffic signals. Our staff would recommend actually conducting a third-party assessment on the efficacy or appropriateness versus the safety and the benefit of your standard stop sign and your LED stop signs because of various liability risk concerns being pertaining to your transportation engineer, your city engineer with respect to its license. There has been various litigation in which those individuals, based on unsafe traffic solutions, have had their licenses challenged from some of the information that we've received from our staff. At the same time, aesthetic concerns about flashing lights at night with respect to where you have those located within neighborhoods. And then obviously looking at the main emphasis of the uniformity of the MUTCD. Now this third party would be able to look at alternative solutions as it relates on either a complete intersection analysis, so looking at all 1,612 traffic signals, or on a case-by-case basis, as we've received some of those issues and concerns over the year. But a lot of that would also be looking at some of those alternative solutions, looking at some of the things I've already outlined as far as concerns and such. I would say if the council wanted to move forward with this starts going back to the dollar amount that was on the first slide. You start to look at wanting to establish some form of standing funding account for those traffic signals, just given the dollar amount and given the number and ultimately the ongoing O&M for, once again, between 10 to 100% of those signs. But before moving on, stop there for any questions or comments that the council may have.
Thank you. I had one question. So like on slide 14, so there's 1,612 stop signs in the city total, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're not replacing all of those, and then you guys are wanting to hire like a third assessment party to see which ones actually need replaced?
If that's the direction that our council wanted to move forward with, looking at this, not on the, well, obviously we look on a case-by-case basis as we receive a complaint already today. In that essence, we make a determination based on the current policy, which is on the second slide. If the council wanted to move off of that policy, that's our current practice, we would recommend a third-party assessment to look at what would be the appropriateness of new criteria and what intersections should be addressed as we're going through that assessment.
Okay, because I'm just confused too. Since I've been on city council, there's been several like high traffic accident areas, and then I'm just wondering if the Commerce City Police Department has been involved to get their input, because like I said, ever since I've been on city council, areas like 64th Avenue and Olive, the four-way stop signs at 69th and Monaco, we've been requesting that LED stop signs be in that area also. So have they been involved in this process also to try to prevent things from occurring, because they have been identified as potential hazards, but seems like nothing's ever changed with those signs? So what would the consulting third party do that, are we getting input from the Commerce City Police Department as well?
If the council wanted to go with the third party assessment, there would be extensive interaction, obviously, with the PD. As I look for, I want to make sure I do not butcher the position, but there would be extensive contact and interaction with our PD crime analysts and records department to ensure that the data that we're receiving is reflective of what would require a different traffic safety solution.
Okay. So I'm confused that you say, so the Commerce City, do you guys take that into consideration, what the Commerce City Police Department recommends in high accident areas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when are those areas going to be identified, and is that in the budget for next year?
So just to make sure I'm clear, if we do it, so We do that on an individual basis with respect to those intersections as they come up when we receive either a resident complaint or if we receive a complaint that's filtered through our council. So we already do that on a case-by-case basis. What this slide is proposing, that if we want to look at it citywide, so that we're looking at the full 1,600 or a complement thereof, that we would have that analyst or consultant work with our PD crime analyst and the records department to really then get into the details of these specific intersections should be changed out, and here are the costs, or here are the alternative solutions. Until we receive that direction, our current practice will remain in place, which is as we receive a complaint, we will reach out individually to PD and their staff to pull that crime data and then to make a determination against our existing current policy on whether or not a different type of sign or alternative solution should be proposed, recommended, and or done.
Okay, because that is my biggest concern. If we do need to hire a third party then to do an assessment, because like I said, for certain areas, since I've been on city council, I can't understand why we can't get LED lights of some sort to even prevent some accidents from happening. So I'm in support because, like I said, since I've been on city council, certain areas that have been identified by residents and several of my constituents, it seems like nothing's changed, and it's going on 3.5 years, almost 3 years now. So just, if that's what it's going to protect the residents, and maybe we do need to hire a third-party assessment. Thank you.
The only issue I have with that is that traffic engineers lose their license for that stuff. It's like in the medical field. If the study and the law says you don't do something and we supersede that, I wouldn't work for the city anymore if I was a traffic engineer. I mean, that's my problem, is we see it all the time where cities come back and say, no, we want this, and CDOT's like, self-fund it and stamp it with your engineer then, because we won't align with that. And so I just worry about us, that third-party recommendation is likely gonna find a lot of places that we like for enhancements are gonna recommend against it because of that specific issue. The MUTCD dictates a lot of what's happening out there.
I think anybody that's ever come up to a roundabout with a yield sign and seen people stop at the yield sign probably senses the frustration that maybe we should just change all our yield signs for stop signs and vice versa, and that'll help out the problem. I say that in jest. Where I think these signs are really beneficial is whenever you install a new stop sign, rather than just the static flags that sit on the top of it trying to alert drivers that there's a stop sign. Having an actual flashing light to let them know that there's a stop sign in place, I think is where they're really helpful. I do agree that if we have problem areas like the intersection of maybe 100th Avenue and South Lawn Parkway, where you can't see the stop sign because of the trees, then having something that goes above and beyond that is still within the regulations of the MUTCD could be helpful. Maybe flashing LED signs, it's something I've been pushing for a couple years, and I think there's probably a way to do this that is smart, that doesn't cost $3.2 million and $322,000 a year. I don't think anybody's advocating we replace every single stop sign in the city, but I think that there are probably some intersections that could benefit from increased visibility to motorists to let them know there are stop signs there. School zones are a great opportunity to put these stop signs out there so that people know they have to stop anytime that you're around a school, something like that. I think that there's opportunity there. I despise the idea that we have to go have this third-party assessment, because it's just one more thing that we got to kick out to somebody else in order to go do. And so in 2 years, whenever a new mayor is sitting here, then they'll have to make that decision on whether or not they spend the money. Is what it is.
So if I may, Mayor, and I appreciate those comments, next steps, if we want to achieve that, I'll call it high-level analysis that gives that recommendation on where those trouble spots are and taking into account what we have from previous concerns and complaints. Now, that's a 6 to 9 month effort. just with the reality of with where the level of due diligence and the number of signs and the areas of locations. Now, could we probably be a little bit more strategic in our approach to some of those trouble areas? Quite possibly, yes. But I guess the direction that we need to be able to take away from this conversation so that we bring it back on September 12th is if you want to do the third party, then our staff can identify, once again, as a rough order of magnitude, a cost estimate of what that RFP would be, so that you all have that to make that determination on the 12th.
Have we considered just looking at surrounding communities to see what their policy is on the installation of these stop signs? Because I drive in other communities and they have those. So maybe someone has already done the work for us and we just look at what their policy is and mirror that policy and trust the fact that they're in compliance with the MUTCD and then go from there instead of having to go through this protracted process.
I can't say that, our staff has, so we would have to ask that question.
Councilmember Noble, then Mayor Pro Tem.
My concern is that if we go through this process, someone on the council will say, we need a study or we need one of those stop signs at a particular intersection. And the response will be that we're awaiting the consultant's report. And the intersection will remain dangerous, and then several months pass before we see anything accomplished. So if there is a study or a third party, I wouldn't want it to preclude continuing as we have been and responding to requests from the residents via a city council person to have one of these signs erected, or a study on that corner in particular to make certain that it isn't required or is required.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add also that like I said, it's just so frustrating that we would have to spend the money on a third-party assessment. And I agree with the mayor, I don't understand since the time I've been on council why these areas can't be addressed, or we can't get simple LED stop signs like other residents, because I hear it daily from the residents that live in these areas, and we're trying to prevent an accident or someone getting killed ahead of time. So I don't understand, if we keep sending requests and it gets on an action item report, what do we have to do then if we don't hire this third-party assessment? Is there another staff member? Because if the residents see it daily, they see what's going on and they report it to me, and I'm sure the mayor and all the other council members.
So I will try to, so here's my response, ma'am. With respect to requests as they show up on the council action items, or if they show up in our CRM system, right? The due diligence is how we have to evaluate them with respect to those 4 bullet points in essence, is what leads to the determination of whether or not we swap out a sign or not, from a standard to a flashing LED. A lot of factors go into that. Crash data, was the impedance of the collision due to the location of the sign being blocked by a tree? Are there other alternative solutions, such as double backing a sign, moving a sign, trimming a tree near a sign that provides the visibility? At the same time, the MUTCD also gives a lot of direction as to how we have to apply those. Now, the third party, once again, is just another tool because of where our capacity is at with our public works staff and being able to achieve this in-house. We do not have that bandwidth. We do not have that capacity to do that level analysis. So if we want to do this in a timely fashion to where those areas are identified, then the third party would be it. But individually, regardless and why and responsible to the operations, they're going to have to look at those intersections as they come up. or raised by our community.
That's what I'm saying. These issues have been raised and continuously be addressed by our community, and nothing's changed. And I've been in Commerce City my entire life. Some of the stop signs that are in the core of the city have not been changed. Some of them possibly should be identified as four-way stop signs. And I don't want to have to see a crash report where someone got killed or something. I want to see something happen before. So what can we do besides waiting for a study or something? Like I said, with the growth of Commerce City, I've been here my entire life. Why haven't some of these stop signs changed? And it's very terrifying for the people, like I said, right there on 64th and Olive, 69th and Monaco. Why is it so hard for Commerce City to get some LED stop signs before someone gets killed if the residents see it all the time? Thank you.
So in essence, ma'am, when we've evaluated those signs, we've looked at the current policy and the current practice. And if the current policy and the practice has not dictated, based on both technical and engineering and other various concerns and I'll call it requirements to dictate a change, then that sign would not be changed.
It would be similar to a doctor giving a recommendation. So it'd be similar to a doctor giving a health recommendation and us just ignoring it and going against that recommendation. When a professional engineer does a traffic analysis, they have to stamp their professional livelihood to that decision. And if they give one recommendation based off policy and the current numbers and data that we have, and we go against it, they're not going to stamp that. And then we don't have a legal path to putting that there. And Frank Azar will get you for that. That is exactly what will happen. And so we either need to work on changing the policy about when that dictates that, and that's not just a willy-nilly, we get to make whatever policy we want. It's going to take a significant amount of work to be able to go to any intersection and change the way that we evaluate that and start to make changes to the signage and the way that the traffic signals work. It's not as easy as, I'm not happy with the way this intersection works, I'm gonna spend $500,000 by adding stoplights. My response to that is good luck finding an engineer to stamp that. That would be that's the problem. I mean, that's where it's at. It's like you're getting a recommendation from a doctor and doing the opposite thing.
Councilmember Douglas.
This just doesn't make sense to me. So if something is deemed necessary, you're saying that you have to have a study and a recommendation from a professional to do what is common sense and is obvious that needs to be done. So you're saying that can't be done. Is that correct?
So, ma'am, what I am saying is that we have a process, and that process is dictated by a collection of various data and technical and engineering expertise in the review to determine whether or not that traffic sign, or stop sign, has met certain conditions for being swapped out, or if there are alternative solutions that provide, once again, that mitigation of that collision or public safety impact. So if that traffic sign, or if the issues do not rise to a level of hit that various policy or criteria and or technical engineering expertise and evaluation and various uniformity, then unfortunately, ma'am, we would not change out that sign. Hence why in the third slide, we have made the, put out for consideration or discussion that if you want to take a different approach towards our policy and looking at what that criteria is that provides a level of protection to the organization from these various concerns, that's what that body would be able to do for us.
That sounds like a lot of bureaucratic Yeah, BS. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it like it is. I heard you talk in circles now 3 different times and come up with the same thing. I guess Councilmember Hurst is an expert in this because he's on CDOT, but this doesn't make sense. It's not common sense. If something is warranted, I mean, like, take for example the one in Reunion where it's at Landmark and I think it's Parkside Drive South, where I mean there were kids that were almost getting hit there because there was not a 4-way stop, and so because that was the route to Reunion Elementary. Every morning we saw the same thing where people could not get across that intersection, and there would be kids on bicycles and walking and people just ignoring them because they had to get to work and there was no 4-way stop. Finally, there was a 4-way stop put in there. I don't know how it got there. Thank God it did. But that was necessary. That was something that should have been there a long time before that. It didn't take a study to figure that out.
So, just for a point of clarity, ma'am, a 4-way stop and a discussion of swapping out a standard for a flashing LED are 2 totally separate matters with respect to an evaluation and an assessment. What we're talking here is, do you take an existing sign and switch that out for a flashing LED sign? As we look at the introduction of either 3-way, 4-way traffic stops, we have a process in which we engage with our engineering team and with PD to make that determination, I would assume based on traffic volumes and other interactions at that intersection. So what we're really talking about here is the actual application of that sign that's already in existence and looking at what is the most appropriate traffic device, in this case, either a standard or a flashing. And regardless of the third-party assessment, even as if we were to be going through that process and we received the complaint and that complaint met the test of our current policy, we would swap out that standard sign with a flashing sign because it met the various criteria and met the test of uniformity based on the MUTCD. So it's not as though that any request between now and if we get through that recommendation of a new policy and those critical intersections, that if something popped up, we wouldn't address it. We would. But back to your first question about it's common sense because it's warranted. Once again, the interpretation of what's relevant for our review versus what we hear in the community, to an extent, are different, but what we hear from them goes into factoring what we have to look at that intersection. But once again, if it doesn't meet that criteria, we have historically not taken that step of swapping out a sign because of all of those various concerns.
Well, don't you think that the people that live there daily would know better than someone who doesn't live there and is just using statistics to make a decision?
I think it's a balance, ma'am, of understanding the issues that we're hearing in the community to help inform what we should be looking at with respect to whether it's a traffic sign program or if it's a traffic signal. But at the end of the day, we do have to still use various empirical or quantitative analysis to determine what is the best appropriate process. And ultimately as well, at the same time, are there other solutions that have been exhausted before going to a traffic solution that is or is not warranted?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, first of all, I don't think we should compare signs to medicine or anything because it's totally different. And being in medicine, that's why physicians, nurse practitioners have malpractice insurance. if they screw up. So these areas that I keep talking about and bringing up are potential, I'll say, malpractice possibilities for the city. So I'm trying to get things proactively done, and the process needs to be changed because it doesn't seem to be working, and then you want us to pay some more money to try to get this changed, and our own process isn't working. So what staff can give further direction to get this changed? And like I said, if people living in these areas see it daily, well, they see it, and they don't want to have to see themselves get killed or a car crash into their home. And like I said, signs and medicine are not the same thing.
Councilmember Noble.
Who is the one who makes a determination? Is that the traffic engineer? Is it Public Works?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what this brings to mind for me is that when we're having these kinds of discussions, it would be good to have the head of Public Works here, because he would have history. He's been doing this for however many years, and he could then address where these signs are and how we're going about the process right now. I think that would be really helpful for me personally. At my corner, there is a flashing sign. I was involved with the residents when we got the stop sign at Parkside and Landmark. And I know the mayor was involved with getting the four-way stop at, I think it's 105th and Landmark. So there's actually 3 signs that have been put in on Landmark in the last 2+ years because they were necessary. But I would like to hear from Public Works or the appropriate director when we have these topics come up. And we know they're going to be on the agenda. That person should be part of the conversation.
I do believe he is online, and we are trying to get him into the meeting to be able to respond to your questions, ma'am.
Or even in the room. It would be good to have them in the room. If their agenda item here is here, just like Annette Peters was here, it would be good to have the director here when there's an issue. We have the police department represented tonight. If your topic is on our agenda, then having the director here, I think, is good.
Okay, we have 6 minutes before we have to automatically adjourn. This is not a budget decision that needs to be made tonight, so let's continue on with the meeting as quickly as possible so that we don't have to extend or adjourn this meeting without getting through everything. Saying that, the only thing I'd ask is contact local jurisdictions and see what their policy is and how it matches our policy, and let's make decisions from there.
Yes, sir.
All right, please continue.
So just as a follow-up on PW Park maintenance, I'm just going to jump down to the update. You all received a response from the Public Works Director as it related to maintenance of weeds, medians, parking strips, and whether or not the requested staff would be sufficient to meet the needs. One, to provide a clarification that they had requested 2 park technicians and 2 park supervisors. One of each was approved. The second position was a no. What they've come back to state to us is that in order for staff to be able to meet the necessary level of service or desired or expected level of service, that the additional no's of the park technician and park supervisors should be recommended for a yes. So they wanted to be able to clarify that from last meeting to this meeting for your consideration.
Councilmember Noble.
I have received a letter about the golf course. What is Parks and Rec and Golf? Do they have adequate budget item for the golf course, for the condition of the golf course?
I believe Carolyn Keefe is on the line, but in short, it's my understanding, yes. I think some of the things that, with respect to that letter, there's a much more straightforward answer and response that we can provide to you, ma'am. The individual who can provide that is out of the office until the beginning of next week, but Parks, Rec, and Golf is looking into that letter to be able to get some responses back to you.
Okay. And this letter was addressed to me, by the way.
Thank you, ma'am. So very quickly, electric charging stations, what you find on this slide is what we currently have in place, what is proposed to be done at the Municipal Service Center, the estimated cost for installing an additional EV charging station, what we received, and outside of what's on the slide, there are no additional EV charging stations proposed throughout the city. Next slide.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Had a question going back to parks. I didn't see Monaco Park budgeted on there. Is that in the budget? When are they going to start Monaco Park?
Are we talking about the 2K bond project, ma'am?
Yes.
So the phase 1 is already underway. Phase 2 is an extension of the contract that I believe was approved by you all earlier this year. So that will be a continuation of both of those projects. So that's why you probably did not see it established in the 2023 budget.
So
for
they
CIPP.
are or they are not starting
are.
it next year?
Well, they've already started it this year, ma'am, through the design, and can carry forward the construction. So you won't see it be budgeted in 2023 because they plan on expending that dollar amount through the 2K bond projects through the end of this year. If it does come to that, we need to carry it over, we would do that at part, she's clarifying for me.
Because those funds are in the CIPP fund, those automatically roll over. So anything that is not expended automatically becomes a rollover and is part of the 2023 budget.
Okay. And then my other concern with the electrical charging stations, it's always seems like we're two separate cities. So why don't we get two charging stations? And like in the north, they got one in 2019, and now we're only going to have one down here at the municipal building. So I'm just curious, why can't we have two in the south as well, one at our rec center and one at the municipal building as well? And why are we just getting some in the south?
The ones that were installed in 2019 were part of a grant funding. The cost here for the one to be installed here at the Civic Center, it is listed on the slide. City Council could direct two. That would have to be covered by general fund balance dollars in the event that grant funding cannot be secured by that. But that is ultimately a decision that you could make.
Yeah, because at the next council meeting, then I'll make a motion to add that as well. Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next slide. I know we are at 11:29. All right, next slide. This is just a follow-up to our fleet study. On the fleet study, this slide provides a variety of information about the phasing of the analysis, looking at our inventory, utilization, composition, asset and maintenance, tracking, and procurement. Phase 2 is actually going to be looking at gas versus electric vehicles. Next slide, please. We intend to be able to bring that to the council for further consideration and conversation by September, October of this year. As it relates to building shutdown.
It's 11:30. Meeting is adjourned. We'll see you on September 12th to continue the budget discussion. Have a good night.